Good morning. How is everyone this Monday? Welcome to Reading Sprints. It's amazing what a good camera can do because, my room looks way brighter than it feels like it is in my mind. Anyway, how was your weekend? It is Monday, right? I've already had my cup of coffee for this morning, but I'm not gonna lie, I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning and may have only slept for 30 minutes since then. Not a norm for me. I don't know what's going on. There will probably be a second cup of coffee and a cup of tea coming very, very shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to share with you what I plan on reading and working on today. Leave in the chat what you are working on. I realize I never put that banner up anymore, but there you go. You guys know the drill. Anyway, yeah, we're back to chillier weather. Yesterday, the high was in like the high 30s, and today the high is supposed to be in the high 50s, but given that we never made it into the high 40s yesterday, I'm skeptical. And this is following a weekend that I spent at the beach like multiple days last week because it was in like the 70s to low 80s. Anyway, I will be working on Year of Wonder, which I'm realizing is already on the screen. I'll be doing my song of the day out of there. Either at the same time, probably not due to tiredness, or separately. I will be reading the two letters that we have for today out of Clarissa. I am making good progress in this. I have been very good about keeping myself up to date for the most part because I'm just finding that while I enjoy the letters, every day I have to convince myself to read this because for some reason I'm afraid I'm not going to enjoy it. And so I just have to make myself sit down and read it and stay on top so that I don't start falling behind because I know if I fall behind in this that it's going to take some effort to catch back up. Now, there's not readings in this book every single day, so that's helpful, but there are a lot of readings. I think there's only 2 days since the beginning of this month where we haven't had letters. And most of the readings, in case you're wondering, are while the pages are really long and full, most of the readings that we're doing are just 1 or 2 pages of this a day. So this has actually reminded me a lot of the read along that I did last year, or the buddy read I did last year with Stormy, where we read The Mysteries of Paris. Um, and even though there were a lot of issues with how that story was told, when it was in the main story, it was a very plot driven novel, so it went a lot faster. As a lot of us are finding, and I already knew this, Clarissa has a lot of repetition because it is written in letters and you live the experience because it's very much a slice of life type of book where you are living her experience of her getting into a difficult situation with her family and day by day trying to work out all the different scenarios to try and get out of this pickle. So it's like she will, try and convince that her uncles that the situation she is in is not right. And so naturally, she writes the same letter or same type of letter complaining about the same thing to each of her uncles. So that can feel repetitive because it's like she has one main thing to complain about and she's complaining about it to everybody. Anyway, I am enjoying this reread regardless. And yeah, I will be working on that. I do have an audiobook going, and that is for Belle Greed. This is about it says America's most famous librarian, but this is about J.P. Morgan's personal librarian for his personal library, who is now sort of well known for being an African American woman who was passing as white. And just how successful she was as his librarian and how sort of covert her existence was at the time that this was written. It takes place in the early 1900s in New York. And at this point in the book, I've just gotten to the point in JP Morgan's life where the Titanic has sunk. I don't feel like that's a plot spoiler because if you know that JP Morgan was the main financier of the Titanic, and you know the Titanic, you know it sunk. So if you know the time period of this book, like you should know at some point in the book the Titanic's going to sink, and it's foreshadowed very early on in the movie because, or in the book, because they talk about the Titanic, and I was like, oh, that's right, that was J.P. Morgan. Dang. So yeah, so the way that comes becomes involved in her life and what's going on in the story and the other issues that JP Morgan's dealing with at the same time are happening in here. I have read some of it. So I am keeping track with my bookmark. I know I'm further than where my bookmark is right now, but I am listening to this almost solely on audiobook, and I have the feeling I will be listening to a lot of this today because I'm so tired. And I know I will only be more tired as the day goes on. And then my other main physical read is XX by Ryan Hughes. This is turning out to be a really good book, guys. I am really liking this. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about this. I did start reading it towards the end of last year and then put it on pause. I'm so glad I picked this book back up. It is so fascinating. The themes in it are so interesting. The like multimedia stuff and how that's being incorporated into the book, I find really fascinating. And last night before I got into bed, I reached this like really dramatic point in the plot. And so I'm excited to pick this back up today. So we'll see how that goes. I will say when it talks about the science in here is like the very dense, very sciencey type, but you do get a lot of breaks from that. And your main character, I believe, is neurodivergent, and the whole book, for the most part, is from his perspective. And because he's also the one that is really into the AI technology and the science, his perspective can sometimes be a lot. But if you don't mind a big, chunky book, this is 974 pages, but I would argue reads as a much shorter book because you do have pages that are either of like pictures or diagrams of things that like you don't even read or have really big font or actual pictures. You can have like 10, 15 pages that are just things that you're supposed to be looking at and interpreting. And Paul, I saw that you were one of the early people to comment. I think you would like this book, Paul. I don't know how much you read science fiction, sci-fi, but I know you're not turned off by like a big book or even a slightly dense book. So I think you would potentially enjoy that. Anyway, let me go in and say hello to you guys who are all here with me. Good morning, Paul. See, I saw your comment before I even started reading them. And hey, Alex, how are you doing? Oh, the weekend was too short. I could totally see that. My son went back to school, so he is back at college. He is definitely already up and off to class by now. So we had a good week-long vacation with him, and he said the same thing. That was way too short. Not actually, he didn't say it was way too short. He said it went by really fast, but he was ready to get back. My husband took him back. They had a good road trip and a fun dinner together last night. Uh, hey, Andreas, how are you doing? 9 p.m. in Western Australia. Lovely to be saying hi. Yes, so glad you're able to make it. I hope you had a wonderful Monday. That always like blows my mind that you're like in my future. I'm in your past. Paula is reading Unraveled. Nice. Hello, Amy. How are you? You had a great weekend. Wonderful. You're working on laundry and some picture books. You know what? You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, you can, because somebody else said like Titanic spoiler. I'm only asking because I adjusted some things on my like onboard microphone, and one of them was turning off the microphone that's connected to this camera. And so suddenly I was like, I did turn it back on, didn't I? And I did, because you guys are responding to things I'm saying. So, okay, whew, panic attack over. You're working on laundry and picture book reading and writing about them for your Substack. Fun. What picture books? Good morning, Denise. Doing chores. I need to do that today. And reading the Lost Library. Nice. Hey, Swank. I was gonna say, Swank. What are today's holidays? Oh yeah, it's St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. Happy Campfire Girl Day. Nice. Happy Act Happy Day. I feel like that's like promoting some weird sort of positivism, like act happy. You don't even have to be happy today. Just act like you are. That's such a strange idea. It's gonna be 83 where you are, Swank. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy it. We're gonna at least have a sunny day. Yesterday and the day before were like super rainy, and I couldn't handle it. Like after having like 70 and sunny, going to 30 and super overcast and rainy, I was so tired. I just wanted to stay in bed. Andreas is finished nesting. Oh, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about this and they all seem to be enjoying it. So it sounds like you did as well. And Alicia, good morning. You'll be in and out. Okay, you have a vehicle appraisal. Oh, for repairs. Okay. And then you'll have to choose what to read into your reading. Sounds good. Hello, Sushi Claus and Catnip. Love your name. Welcome, welcome. I think this is the first time I've seen you here. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like me to call you other than your handle name, but I love it. Hello, Courtney. How are you? You're going to work later, so going to go to sleep soon. Oh, okay. All right. I'm assuming that means you found a job down there where you live now. So good. I hope it goes well. And I need to catch up with you, Courtney. I have not made a single one of your sprints in a few weeks now. And I feel like I have no idea what's going on. I guess I could watch them back. There's an idea. Hello, Brittany. How are you doing the housework? Listening to Running Wild. Nice. And hello, Crochet Mima, taking a break from middle grade March. Violin conspiracy. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Hey, Elkie, how are you? You tried reading Clarissa, but you just can't. That's totally fair. It's definitely not for everyone. And there's definitely moments where like it is written in a style that feels significantly less contemporary at times. Lots of weird, complex sentences. So it's not for everyone. So that's totally fair. Natalie, good morning. Your sleep is all over the place too. You need to catch up on Clarissa, catch up on house cleaning. Oh, spring break. Okay. So mostly lurking. That's fair. Hey, Sophia, how are you? You'll be using the sprint to figure out what you're picking up. Sounds good. Good morning, Anne. We had storms this morning. Okay. Reading the book of disappearance. Ooh, let me know how you end up liking that. There's quite a few things on the booker list that I have placed holds for from my library, and I'm hoping they come in the next week or two. And this is one, though I think this one I have to read as an ebook. But let me know if it's worth prioritizing over the physical ones that are coming in. Hey, Olivia, how are you doing? I hope you are well and had a good start to your day. Hello, Kyra. How are you? What are you up to? Welcome, welcome. I think this is the first time I've seen you here. Lynn, good morning. How are you? And Sushi's finishing audiobook of The Five People You Meet in Heaven. My husband loves that book. And then checking your Libby holds. Oh, I need to check my holds now that you say that, because I think, yeah, I have one audiobook on hold with Libby. And Anne was saying, good morning, good morning. And this was how I knew you guys could hear me. I know. Yes, it did. I'm sorry to spoil that one for you. It did indeed sync. Lynn will be reading The Phoenix Keeper and waiting on Realmathon poll results for the other option. Sounds good. Linnea, hello, hello. I didn't realize you were in Finland. Nice. You're reading The Coworker. 87% in and need to finish your first sprint with a school project. Oh, well, boo. And Elkie is going to finish The Shining. Ooh, 30 pages left. Oh, yeah, you are going to finish it. And then finish The Hemlock Queen. Okay, that's your plan so far. You got tea and blankets. Yeah, I have blanket. I need to add the tea. And Christina, good morning. How are you? Clarissa, Glyph, and the Imposium. Yes, how are you liking the Imposium? That's by Olga Tokarczuk. Is that how you say her last name? I know which book you're talking about. Isn't that one the one that's like loosely based off of Magic Mountain or something like that by Thomas Mann? Is it good? Is it worth it? Do you like it? I want to try it. Adding XX to your wish list. Yeah, it's really interesting. Just know that as far as I can tell, it's out of print. You can still buy it, but you might have to check around. And I have never, ever, ever seen it in store on a shelf. So you will probably have to buy it online once you decide to read it. I also haven't seen it at libraries. Alex is reading Cat's Cradle. Ooh, Kurt Vonnegut. And your other kid's reading a book called Sanctuary, and you're trying to catch up to them. Okay. And you're reading Orbital just a page or two at a time. That makes sense. That works well for that. I hope you enjoy all the reads. You just started The Hobbit. Nice, Swink. Hello, Precious. How are you? Today's intentions for you will be homeschool, meeting, reading, and scheduling some appointments. Ooh, I have a phone call I need to make. Going to do the best you can without feeling overwhelmed. Sounds good. One thing at a time. That helps me. You have a huge stack of library books, including, yes, Catcher in the Rye. Oh gosh. I keep seeing things about Catcher in the Rye ever since we talked about this, Alex, and I feel like most of them aren't good. Angela, good morning. Reading David Copperfield. You're gonna have a great day. Quarter of the way in, and it's a 5-star. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Christina was saying to Andreas, you enjoyed nesting, just picked it up from the library. Oh, good. So maybe you'll enjoy it as well. And the audio is coming through great. Thank you for reconfirming that. Hey, Shamika, how are you doing? You're continuing to read The Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah, the characters are well developed, and it just gets better and better as the book goes along. How far into it are you? It's good to see you. Lynn, with enough St. Patty's Day drinks, you can act happy later. True. Maybe that's what, what it's all about. You think you'll be buying out of Clarissa? That's totally fine. Oh, yes, I forgot that you have the ebook. Yeah, which makes it easy to forget too, I would think. And then I feel like every page in the book would feel like 4 or 5 pages on my ebook. So totally get it. Hey, Anna, how are you? Good morning. Working and trying to finish reading a document for university assignment. Very good. Good morning, Mickey. How are you? Listening to The Knowing, a tough read. Okay, but going to also be finishing the more comic Three Bags Full. Oh, good. Okay, nice mix then. Yeah, finally. So she usually watch the replay over the weekend. Oh, okay. Oh, yay. Well, good. I'm glad that you can join us on Mondays for a couple of times live. And it's very interesting. You'll be having to check, but there is another book on the Stella Prize long list that is also set in Gaza. Yeah. Okay. Let me know which one you think is better. Hey, Shauna, you just woke up. That's not a bad thing. Good morning, Lynn. Yeah, you know what? My guess is. My guess is that it's actually significantly more expensive to print books with this type of multimedia in it, and that it starts to get to the point where it surpasses what a publisher thinks people would pay for it. I don't know if that's true. That's just my theory. There are so many biographies of Belle Green. Yep. You don't know which one to read. I haven't read any other ones. I would say if you want to read a historical fiction that feels like it's a biography or nonfiction, this would probably be a pretty good choice. I know there's the personal librarian. I have heard people say that this feels like the more researched and more historically accurate of the two. I would say the personal librarian, which I have not read, but just from reviews I've seen on it, is probably the better one to read if you just want a book that feels like typical historical fiction. This one, I will say, at times I would accuse of being a little bit heavy on the info dumps. And sorry, I've got like super shiny sunshine right there. Paul's reading The Coffin Dancer as well. Sounds good. Okay, you don't know if it's possible to get but it's cactus pear for my beloved. Okay, I haven't looked at what the Stella Prize has got going on, so maybe I need to do that. Hello, Nikki. How are you? You're reading Queenie. Very nice. Nice. So to have you here. Jurassic Park didn't win the poll. Okay, so you're reading a YA horror. I don't know why horror was really hard for me to say right then. Swig says hi to Anna. Andreas was saying to Christina, it's very infuriating intense. Oh, portraying DV so exceptionally well. Ooh, coercive control. So be gentle with yourself while reading it. Okay, good advice. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Alex, you have to do some major house decluttering. Oh, barrister bookcase. You have no room for them. Oh, yeah. No, you can't turn down free bookcases. It's like everything has to go so we can make room for that. We can sit on the floor next to them if that's all we have room for left. Shauna, good morning, everyone. Have to get your teenager up and to get to drive him and his friend to school. Okay, sounds good. Well, you can hopefully get that done and do it during the sprint. So I am going to go ahead and star that comment, which is the last one I can see. I'm going to pull up our timer here for us and make myself slightly smaller or off to the side or some sort of situation like that. How about this? My favorite, like Nicole in a hole. Anyway, all right, we've got our timer up. We're going to start with 45 minutes per usual, and then we will do an hour the whole rest of the day. And I'm going to put my headphones in and listen to whatever this song is over here. All right, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting, 45 minutes. You see the time. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Let me see if I can make myself slightly bigger. There we go. Uh, my sprint went well. I spent part of the time listening to the song from Year of Wonder, and then I checked out the books on the Stella Prize list. So I'm kind of interested in a few of them. And then I spent the remainder of the time reading or listening to Bell Green on audiobook. And I did spend some time like immersive reading it with the actual physical book as well. And then at one point, I was also at the back of this book. One of the reasons that I do like it is that it has photos from Bell Green's actual life, as well as J.P. Morgan's library and things of that nature. Um, so it was referencing someone, and it reminded me that I had wanted to look and see the picture of them. So I did that, and I did make my tea. So I have a cup of green tea that I'm almost done with, and yeah, I ate a cookie. And that was everything that I did on my sprint. Um, like I said, I've been up since very early this morning, so I have the feeling my like eating today is going to be really weird. Because I ate at like 6 o'clock this morning. I had breakfast, and I'm kind of getting hungry now and wondering if I should have lunch, brunch. I don't even know if I'm hungry enough for a meal. I don't know what I'm doing. So let's see here where we left off. Um, oh, no, okay. We left off here because Anne was talking about Cactus Pear. $45 for a paperback book? That is a lot. Like, I don't care how big that book is. That's a lot. I mean, let's see here. Yeah, Clarissa, brand new, is $27, and this is a humongous paperback. And it's a Penguin Classic, which already adds like $5, $10 to whatever should be the normal price. That's a lot. Hey Mary, how are you? You're reading Call Her Freedom. Nice. I hope you enjoy. Nice to have you here. Hey Krista, how are you? It's been a dreary and rainy. Oh no. That does make it hard to keep your eyes open. I feel you there. But you're trying to get your vlog edited during the baby's naps. Okay, good luck with that. I hope the sun peeks out for you. Hi Kelly, how are you? You're reading Final Offer. Ooh, you think you like this one the most out of the series. Nice. You're very welcome for hosting. Nice to have you here. I'm assuming Final Offer is the last book in the series, and that's the like the billionaires something series, right? That starts with fine print. I can't think of what the series is called. I know it's something with billionaires in the title. Hey Marcella, how are you? Oh, you've got the rest of the week off. Nice. Lots of reading will get done, I am sure, and a whole bunch of house chores. True. You've been putting off. But first, repotting all your house plants. Oh, what kind of house plants do you have? And just started reading The Body. Oh, your first ever king. Let me know what you think about it as you go along. I just attempted my first Stephen King, and yeah, I have thoughts. Hey, Julie, how are you doing? Working from home. Oh, you're going to read Brooklyn. Nice. Definitely read more of his books after this. Nice. I assume that means it's going really well. And particularly cozy and snuggly. Yeah, it's gotten cold again, and I'm really tired. So I'm like, I have all the sweats on, and it's warm, cuddly blanket and tea day for sure. Ah, and Anne's waiting for your copy of Little Dorrit. Oh, you think you will have all of Dickens' books then? Oh, that's fun. Do you have them all in like the same like similar editions? Like did you get all Penguin's classics of them? All hardbacks? Mix and match? Good morning, Christina. How are you doing? There's all our reminders for the day to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, sub, ring the bell so you can hopefully get notified about things. Uh, oh my gosh. Okay. The Book of Disappearance. Okay, good to know. I will definitely read that when like I said, I'll probably wait until the rest of the books come in or close to that time. So I might need another week, but I will prioritize that because I know that feeling. Like I am having that feeling right now. And with this book, and like Megan is gonna read it as well, but we have a buddy read going for it or discussion open for it on Discord. And if anybody else would like to pick up this book and read it right now, I would love that because I also really need to talk about what's going on in that book. Because the review of my book is going to be like, it was good. Here's my star rating. That's all I can say because everything else would be a spoiler. It's one of those situations. And happy St. Gertrude's Day. Oh, the patron saint of cats. Nice. You think that is a kind of apropos for today on a reading sprint? Yeah, right? Thanks for letting us know. Lynn read a chapter of The Phoenix Keeper, and your brother called and you chatted with him. Nice. And Mickey has Bell Green on your TBR. Oh, okay. And also has the Book of Disappearance on your TBR. So you've got some good reads in your feature. Elkie finished The Shining. Yay. Oh, with 30 seconds to spare. You just sneaked it in. You've been reading that for months. Well, good job. You finished. You're done. Alex set up a homeschool assignment, switched some laundry, and watched some booktube. Nice. Good morning, Jamie. How are you? I hope you have a great day. And hopefully we'll see you after work. And yeah, the patron saint of cat. Wow. Patron saint of cats. Have brunch. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. Fried egg on bread sounds amazing. So that's probably what it's going to be. Linnea, practice Duolingo. Ooh, which language are you practicing? Read 3% of the coworker and everything but the school project. Oh no. Denise wiped off your kitchen appliances. That's a good thing to do. Only read 8 pages because you had a flooring delivery. Ooh, it took them about 10 to 15 minutes to get it in the house. Oh, I could see that. That's right, because you had some water damage, wasn't it? Is that why you were replacing the flooring? I remember you talking about this, but my memory is horrible. So, but is it getting installed today or are they just delivering it? Tina, good morning. Just joining. We'll be getting some admin stuff done this morning. Sounds good. Alex is dog sitting. Oh, he's a fall risk. Oh, you can't leave the couch while he's napping. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess you're going to just have to sit there and read. I mean, what's a person to do? Read, watch TV, relax on the couch. It's hard to watch those senior dogs. And Lynn says hello to Tina, and Tina says hi back. Sushi finished 5 People You Meet in Heaven. Very sad. Yes, I have assumed so, but satisfying. Oh, glad you chose the audiobook. Oh, that's true. It would be good storytelling style from what I know. And yeah, King will make everyone have thoughts. From my experience, I could imagine that to be true. And Christina says hello to Marcella. Sushi's in Brooklyn. Nice. Chilly and rainy. Oh, perfect for reading and decluttering. Yep. And Marcella's enjoying it. But Stand By Me, the movie adaptation, is one of your favorite of all times. Okay. So, yeah, that makes sense, especially since most of the time the book's better than the movie. So, hopefully, it works out somewhere like that for you. And recommends Blackwater Lightship by Cole Tobin. And Shauna read The Body in high school. Really? Wow, interesting. Managed to get some of your morning routine done, and you'll be driving the boys to school on the next sprint. Okay. Okay, so we'll see you in a bit, it sounds like. Oh, and Alex is having reading sprints. Are they going on right now, Christina? I know she took she took a break from booktube for a while, so it's good to see her back. Angela has been trying to download an audiobook for David Copperfield since yesterday. Oh, but it wouldn't let you? Oh, the server. Oh, no, not that. Don't they know we need our books? I'm gonna fix our timer so it'll say an hour for us. So let me do that. I'm definitely feeling like I'm on the slow-mo sloth train here. I can't even fix the timer to the right number, so I'm putting in 100 minutes. That's not right. It's because I want it to say 100. See? In my mind, that registered as 100 minutes, which is weird because it really should have been 10,000 that I was putting in, but whatever. The Body was your first king, Denise, and you gave it 5 stars and also 11/22/63. Nice. You need $32 on Amazon. That sounds about right. What does my edition say it was? Yeah, mine says it was 25 in the US, 32 in Canada. Um, which means if I bought mine on Amazon, it would have been slightly less than that. But I don't remember how I got mine because I've had it for over a year now. Linnea, and here just started snowing a lot. Oh, you need to walk to the supermarket. Ooh, stay warm. Alex, forgot you're halfway through Kin on the Carol Shields Prize. It's another form over substance book. Yeah, I had the feeling just from how the plot or something was described. It sounds interesting, but I have the feeling that I'm going to feel that way about a lot of the Carol Shields is that it seems to be very literary fiction heavy and on the side of playing with form, which I can handle to a certain extent, but it's just not my favorite. And you'll try to get that finished today. Sounds good. Hello, Mel. How are you doing? You've read a lot today. Starting off by finishing We Used to Live Here. Okay. I hope that goes well for you. Precious will be reading The Last Girl. Heard it was a hard read, but need to read. Okay. I know. Yay for Elkie finishing, especially after a long time. Oh, Hawaiian language. Nice. Elkie says, thank you to Christina. You were exaggerating. It was only a few weeks, but it felt longer. This, as the story dragged. That was my experience of Stephen King so far. Denise, almost out of time to get insurance to cover it. Oh, that would not be good. Okay, and it's getting installed Thursday. Okay, well, I hope it gets installed, no issues, and done. And a hello to Mel. Yes. Oh, okay, she is live. And yes, a break. It was a very long break, so I was surprised when I saw her back. Well, I will definitely swing in and say hi. Thank you for letting us know, Christina. Elke is reading King in publication order. Although it already failed, as you've now heard, the Shining Before Salem's not. Oh, okay, but you do now, so that one will be next. Okay, well, back to the plan, right? And Mel saying hello. Yes, yes. I'm giving up. I've given up. I made it 200 pages and I said no. Why? Stop. And it's for my local book club. So I've decided, have I decided this? I'm telling myself that I'm going to go to the book club, see what everybody says about it, and then decide if I want to finish it. But I think I unrequested the audiobook, which was on a 20-week hold. That may not be true, but I just didn't care. Mel needs to make some coffee. I need to drink some more. Clearly, I can't even sit up straight. I'm like, Okay, anyway, that's the last comment I can see. Let me get us back into this sprint. That's what it's called, because clearly I need to get some pep in my step and maybe make some eggs on toast. So, yeah, I'll start the timer. I'm going to take this banner off. There we go. And I will see you all in an hour. I definitely almost pressed the wrong button and made who knows what happen. Anyway, okay, I'll see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? Mine was good. I got quite a bit of reading done in Bell Green. That went really well. When we have a longer sprint at some point, the break rather, will be 15 minutes instead of 10. And when we go to that, hopefully I'll remember to share um, my own sort of connection to this story that I'm thinking of, like not a connection to Belle Green at all, but just a bit of her experience, I guess. Um, anyway, I had a good sprint. I read my book. I did have some brunch. I talked to my mom, and my power temporarily went out. So if you were watching the screen very carefully, at some point it probably all went black. And that's because my power literally blipped on and off, but it made my internet connection drop, and it then threw my the power literally just blinked on and off, but it was just long enough to make my modem like reboot and try and diagnose the problem. And so for like a good 5 minutes I could not get back online even though I had power back in my house. But hopefully you didn't really notice that. And thankfully, StreamYard doesn't cancel a stream just because I drop out of it, which sometimes I'm like, I feel like that could go really wrong. Anyway, when we left off, we were talking about Stephen King, and Anne has it, but is scared to read it. I would be too. So would Lynn. Yeah, exactly. Clowns? No. Hey, Camilla, how are you? You're reading A Flicker in the Dark. Nice. Hello, Paula. How are you doing? And Christina says hello to Camilla. And I mentioned that my power was out and I was trying to come back on. Hey, Laura, how are you? And Diana, good morning. Late again. You were up until 5 a.m. Oh, wow. It must have been really good. Was it worth it? I hope so. And I know, but the power did come back. Yay. Hi, Samantha. How are you? We'll be back after work. Look forward to seeing you then. Thank you. Have a great work day. I know I don't know what happened. It was very weird. I don't think it was connected to anything that was going on in the house. Though of course it was like seconds after I turned my pan on to start getting hot, but fortunately before I put the egg in it. Though, like I said, I ended up only being out of power for a few seconds. Um, Lynn listened to The Phoenix Keeper while rearranging one of your bookshelves, had a bit of a panini, that sounds yummy, and watched a video. Shauna, not able to do as much as you were hoping. Oh no. Okay, you're going to start Edge of Madness. That sounds good. Marcella, you're making a map. Ooh, you're going on a trip. How do you say that word? I've seen it a couple of times, but I haven't looked up how to pronounce it. And is that an area in Denmark or the Netherlands? Is like that explain this whole location to me because I've seen it referenced in a couple of places and haven't taken the time to look it up because I'm not reading about that yet. But I have no idea what the I know it's not Hague. That's all I know. But it's basically full of pins of bookstores. Ooh, and places that have coffee and cake. That's my kind of trip. That is my kind of trip. Lynn, the only thing left on the screen was the book cover and the flowers. I know. I know. At least that let you know, like, the sprint was still going. Because and the reason that's the only part that's left is because that's the only part that's connected to StreamYard, like the platform itself. Everything else is like fed into StreamYard, including my video feed. So, so I guess it's a good thing that that's up there. I don't know what would have happened if it wasn't. And Sushi says Libby had the audiobook What I Ate in a Year. Ooh, by Stanley Tucci. Okay. Waiting for you after 5 months? Wow. Okay. At least I waited for you. You're 2 chapters in. Mickey's read 5% in the arc. I hope everyone's productivity and reading are going well. I hope yours is too. I know, doesn't it sound like a great trip? Christina got no reading done yet. That's fair. Had to restart the laptop. I was afraid I was going to have to do that. It suggested I do that, and I was like, no, I can't do that. Like, it'll definitely kick me out of stuff. Um, it was Fairy Tale that I was working on, Shauna. Yeah. The review will be coming out this weekend. It's very short. At least my review on that one. Denise is trying to do some organizing in your office. Way too many books and out of shelf space. Okay. Need to move all the books off the shelf in your living room. Oh, so that the flooring can be put in. Ooh, okay. Good luck, Denise. And Bree, hello. You'll be able to read some of your book, No One Can Know. Wonderful. I hope you enjoy it. And no, it did not. It did not. Literally, it just blinked off and came right back on. Like by the time I turned and went, oh, and like the funny thing is, it was so fast that I didn't think it affected anything. But I was like, what are the chances that affected my live stream in some way? And I didn't even think about the fact that it would make my modem go out. So I'm glad that I went and checked, because if I just assumed, oh, my power is back on and it's fine, yeah, it would have been a minute. Oh, the wait list was 5 months. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I had one wait list for a book last year that was going to be, I think it was going to be like a year and a month before I was going to get the book. And I was like, I guess not. And now 250 pages in. Ooh, deliciously spooky. Nice. Denise, you need to empty. Oh gosh, because you've got to empty a lot of stuff. Hopefully that doesn't take too long. Okay, it's a city in the Netherlands. Okay, and where the government is seated. And that's the English name. Or if you want to be fancy, Graven Hog. Is it Hog? Heg? Don't don't try to pronounce it. I can't even pronounce the original one. Is the Hague Hog? Like with an ah? I don't know. Neither reading or predating, just existing. Your dog sitting, Alex. Your dog sitting. You swear you're walking in circles. Oh, you just want to watch YouTube. Oh. Marcella also has a museum that houses both the girl with the pearl earring and the goldfinch. Ooh, nice. Any Van Goghs? Van Gogh. And Mel, valid. Watch YouTube videos. Take care of yourself. Exactly. Shauna, you think reading fairy tale in April, or it might be Christine. Okay. Well, hopefully it go well for you. Hey, how are you doing? I saw your book haul yesterday, which looked amazing. Like, loved them all, have some of them. And yes, pearl earring. Is that not what you said? Oh, well, I read it as that. Yes. Heart, heart. And good morning, Sherry. How are you doing? Listening to the retreat. Nice. Hope you have a good work day while you listen. Diana, Middlesex was a better read. Okay. You're interested by both stories taking place in Grosse Pointe near Detroit, which is a really nice area, if I'm thinking of the right area. And it's been on your TBR for years. And while scrolling Hoopla, saw it in several other books. Ooh, that's always nice. Oh, you've yet to hear anyone. Yes, I have heard the correct pronunciation of Van Gogh, and I'm like, okay, I might as well continue to just call him Van Gogh because the correct pronunciation will never come out my mouth. And so it will just be a different butchering of his name. Because I know it's also not Van Gogh. Like, it's just not a sound that I understand. Um, Oh, and that's a small town of Saskatchewan. So how do you guys pronounce the word? Is it, oh, yeah, I don't know. How would you, don't you like how I can just say Saskatchewan though? Because I did grow up in upstate New York, and we have a slew of words that people can't spell or say. So I grew up near Skinny Atlas. That does not look like skinny or atlas. It is a word that people like. It's really hear people from out of town say all the words of the names of the towns around where I grew up. Libby wait lists for the books can be like 3 to 12 months. Oh my gosh, yes, you just have to pile them on and hope somebody gives up. Hey, Melina, how are you? I'm glad you're here too and you could catch the sprints. I miss yours all the time. And Angela, Libby's up and working. Yay! Because Simon Vance is the narrator. Lovely, have fun. Marcella, even with the Dutch language, there's different ways of pronouncing. Oh, okay. That just makes it even more complicated, though that's true in a lot of languages. And yay, oh, you've reread it countless times. I need to start upping my number of David Copperfield rereads. And you, okay, so it would be Hog for you or Haig? I still have no clue. Anyway, maybe I'll put some of the towns that I grew up near in the chat and I'll pronounce them all when we get back. Anyway, in an hour, I muted myself too fast. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I was able to read pretty much the entire time. I am now on page 470 in my book, and um, I only have about 30 pages left to go, so I should finish it in the next sprint. And it is going really well. It's a really interesting book. Again, I can't fault it for being heavy on the historical side because it is historical fiction, but I think it's just a wee bit too historical fiction for me personally. Historical fiction is not one of my like top favorite genres, just because I do feel like they can err on the side of being a bit info dumpy and sometimes pushing getting the historical information out of there over the storytelling aspect. And so I would say that that goes on a bit in this book. However, if you like to read non or fiction instead of nonfiction, this would be a good option for this. But in general, I am enjoying it and feel like I'm learning a lot. So let's see how the sprint went for you guys. And saw a lot of places ending in Yuck Hill in New York State. That would be true. We were talking about all the different words and different difficult words to say. In fact, if you type in hard to pronounce words in New York State is frequently like the tag that it will suggest at the end. Um, Angela was sharing that it's her first time reading David Copperfield. Here's the name of a lot of towns in the area that I grew up in that to me are all like very logical words, but for most people, they're like, what? So it would be Skinny Atlas, Chittenango, Manlius, which is frequently mispronounced and confuses me as to why, Cazenovia, Canandaigua, and uh, Oswegatchie. So good luck. Have you ever come across any of them? Because it confuses people to no end. Because in that area, we'll give directions. We'll be like, "Oh yeah, you want to go to Skinny Atlas? It's really good. Just follow the signs." And people will be like, "I never saw a single sign for Skinny Atlas," because they're like, "I saw Skinny Needles. Is that the same place?" Or they'll talk about going to Skinny Needles, and we'll be like, "We don't know what you're talking about." And Anne ran to the store for popcorn. I was thinking about having popcorn today too, Anne, so I might have to do that. You've been to Canandaigua. Nice. What did you go there for? Sue, good morning. You had a fitful night of sleep last night. I'm glad you got to sleep in then. Fed the cats, put the coffee on. That's always important. Listening to your audiobook while you make breakfast. Sounds good. And hello, Regina. How are you? Regina wants to know what you'll be reading today, Sue. That's always a good question. You always have fun book names to go with. You'll be listening to Indigo. Oh, I've heard good things about that. And then you have 4 ebooks you're working on. Going to start The Quiet Storm as it's time you finished it. Well, you've been working on it pretty solidly. And Anne said, hello, hello, Teresa. How are you? Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. Ooh, starting your crock pot with corned beef, classic. And do that in the next sprint. So if you haven't done it yet, don't forget. And Sue said hello to Anne. Shauna, productive, but not in the reading department. That's fair. At least you're getting stuff done. Hey, Atia, how are you doing? Going to be bouncing between work, personal phone calls, and star-crossed egg tarts. Are you making star-crossed egg tarts? Is that the name of a book? I need more information about this last part. Hello, Feminine Era. How are you doing? Nice to have you here. I think this is your first time. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to anybody else who is new. Melina had a productive sprint. You did scroll on your phone for the last few minutes. Yeah, me. I was doing that the other day in sprints. I was like, oh, I'll eventually read. Marcella started making dinner. Ooh, pumpkin harissa phyllo. Yum. I hope you enjoy. That sounds delicious. Alex watched more booktube. Oh no, an anxiety shower. Oh, just standing under very, very, very hot water. So relaxing. That sounds like my shower every morning. I wonder if that's what I'm secretly doing is every day starting my day with an anxiety shower. I hope you feel better, Alex. Fiona is still working. The system's being slow. Oh, that's always frustrating. I hope that resolves soon for you. Thanks for checking in. Denise emptied your curio cabinet. Okay, you're making progress with it. Ate lunch, going to the post office. Nice. You came across from Canada. Okay, and it looked like a nice place to spend the night. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. I know, Canandaigua. Yeah, you see the Canada in there. Kristen, hello. Just jumping in now after an in person meeting for work. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Hoosiers. Yeah, I have on like all spirit wear today, quite unintentionally. I have on a Hoosiers sweatshirt. I have on Georgetown sweatpants. And if this doesn't stay well enough in the evening, I'm throwing on a Cornell t-shirt. That just it just happens to be that all my like super cozy feeling stuff is all spirit wear that I've bought over the years. So there'll be times where if I'm not paying attention and I somehow manage to go out of the house in sweats, I look like the most crazy college fan ever, which can be very confusing because it's never like for stuff near where I live. So then people are really like, what? Olivia sprint hopped, chatted with your son, made the thumbnail for the video, started editing, scheduled your sprints for tomorrow. Nice. Oh, yes. So she planned a to-do list for the next 3 sprints. Ooh, good on you. Okay, it's a cozy mystery. I was wondering, at first I was like, wow, you're making tarts? And then I was like, that seems to all be in caps. That's funny. Teresa was saying to Sue, you wish you had a full night of sleep. You got a rough 4 hours. Same. What was that all about? Kristen has about an hour left of your audiobook. Oh, it's brutal. That was not what I was thinking you were going to say about it. Ooh, okay. Well, hopefully it'll be a fast hour. Precious is wrapping up homeschooling, lunch for the kiddos. Okay, prep for your meeting, trying to get reading done. Get the pain under control. Oh, no. Um, yes, okay. I hope you are able to get the pain under control so you can do the things that you want to do. Nothing worse than pain that stops you. And Kyra only need 30 minutes the next sprint, and then you'll be done with work. Yay! And you'll be reading, ooh, like water for chocolate. Nice. It was a tourist place. Yeah, it's definitely very touristy. A lot of places in upstate New York can be, just because, especially in the summer, there are nice, like, temperate places to go and relax. Linnea just finished The Coworker. Now we'll continue with Jimina and The Good Daughter. Ooh, you've got lots of things going on. Ooh, a buddy read with your sister. That's fun. Hey, Regina. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'm glad you like the vibe. And you're going to eat and read Junie next sprint. Nice. Sounds like you're going to have a nice, cozy lunchtime there. So, welcome and thanks for saying hi. Precious dinner later. Oh, you live in Seneca Falls. Oh, nice. Oh, that is funny. Oh, very good. Yeah, so you're like, yeah, these all sound like completely normal names, right? Like, and that's only some of them. Like, they just keep going. Let's see, you slept about 30 minutes and then slept from 5 until 8. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, all this bad sleep. No good. I hope we all get a good night's sleep tonight. Ooh, 90% done, Mel. You're almost there. Oh, you're on the edge of your seat. Oh, that's so fun. I love that feeling in a book where you're like intense wondering how it's all going to end. So I think mine's going to end more or less so how I expect. It did start with kind of like some foreshadowing and it almost started with the end event. So, and there's been some foreshadowing that like we're now have come back around to the event that it started with. So it'll be interesting to see how it all gets wrapped up. But I think it's gonna end up being good, and I think it's probably gonna be a 4-star. That's what I'm feeling. A good night's sleep. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on. The moon? Is there some weird cycle? Your favorite place in New York is Lake Placid. Oh, nice. You could live there in the summer. I think I've only been know a lot of people who feel the same way, Anne. All right, that is our timer. I'm going to try and finish my book and probably get a little tiny bit of cleaning done, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I got a lot done in that sprint reading wise. I did finish Bell Green, which had like an afterword and an appendix and it had like a lot of like concluding material, which started to get kind of funny in the amount that it was included on the audiobook. But I did enjoy that book. And then I did move on for a couple of minutes towards the end and read my couple of pages in Clarissa. And man, the villain of the book is such a gross guy. He's just, the epitome of every bad, devious guy going after the young girl ever. Um, and then during the next sprint, first I'll probably get up and move around and get some stuff done around the house. Maybe finally get some chores done. And then for the rest of the day, I will be reading XX or 20. I still need to look that up. So maybe that's the first thing I'll do in this sprint while I get some stuff done. But that's me. That's how things are going over here. So far, so good. Can't complain. And let's see what's going on with you guys. Hello, Fiona. How are you? Not planning on doing much reading today. Okay, that's fair. Saving yourself for the Hunger Games release tomorrow. Nice. Yes, I know a lot of people are doing that. And I bet there will be a ton of reading sprints tomorrow for like read that book and get through it. Did you go to any of the reading sprints that were over the weekend that were for like reread the whole series type of thing? And hello, Viviana. How are you? You'll be reading A Court of Thorns and Roses. A Court of Thorns. What did I even say? We all see the book title there. We can all read clearly. Apparently, I can't right now. Very nice. Is this your first time reading it? Let me know. And Teresa was saying to Sue, you call that a fitful night of sleep? We can, yeah, take what we can get. Absolutely. I know the struggle's real. Shauna will have company at the next break. So see everyone in 2 sprints. Sounds good. We'll see you then. Sue was saying to Teresa, you tossed and turned from midnight until 5 p.m. Ah, no. And then you're wide awake after you do. Yeah, that is so horrible, Sue. I went through multiple years of that, of only being able to sleep like 3 or 4 hours at most at a time, maybe being up for 3 hours and getting another hour or two of sleep. It was horrible. It turned out my circadian rhythm was a hot mess. And I did some self prescribed light therapy, and I'm pretty sure that saved my life. But I don't know what's going on with you, but I can definitely relate because that's a horrible feeling, especially when you want more sleep. And Feminine Era said, I just had an interview during the sprint. Ooh, good luck with your interview outcome. Reading some Tessa Stone. Nice. Good morning, Amberly. How are you? Cleaning your book craft room. That sounds fun. I hope you have a good time going through all the things. Oh, did you lose internet too, Paula? I lost internet for like half a second too. And like, it took a while to get back onto things. So at least it's before your sprint. And Sushi was saying the same thing. Hope the interview went well. And Last Dickens book arrived. Yay! And they're all the Penguin classics. Nice. Very nice. Well, except for Barney the Rudge, but still, close enough. Denise did a few chores, went to the post office, stopped at Tim Hortons, for a vanilla latte. Nice. And going to read during the next sprint. Sounds good. Teresa was saying, yeah, since menopause, you've not had good sleeping. Yeah, hormones, man, are a nightmare for everything, including sleep, especially in the winter. Yeah, the light, it messes with you. You take vitamin D and melatonin and still call it a good sleep if you get over 5 hours. Yeah, I had a lot of suggestions that it was my melatonin. And I was like, no, if I take melatonin, I literally feel like an insane person. I don't know why it doesn't work for me. But I started realizing that I was feeling tired at like dinner time, like around 6. And that I really should be feeling tired right before I go to bed at like 9 or 10. And so I I don't even think I followed any of the light therapy suggestions. I just changed what I did. This is actually kind of funny. Is I changed all the light bulbs in like the main rooms I would sit in the evening into daytime light bulbs, and then the ones in my bedroom to like the soft white, like yellow ambient light. And I would not go into my bedroom until like an hour before I was ready to go to bed. And I would literally just like, our house looked day glow, but it worked. And I started sleeping more. And I don't think it made any sense according to any light therapy things because they would have been like, use a box, shine it in your face in the morning, da da da. No, my body needed to have a day glow light until I was ready to sleep. Oh my gosh. So I don't know. Hopefully you both figure out something that works for you. Marcella had dinner, tidied the kitchen, listened to a podcast. That sounds nice. And getting ready for ballet class. Oh, that's fun. Have fun. Have a good time. That sounds excellent. Sounds like a good evening. Um, do you think you need to be a fan of sci-fi to enjoy XX? Um, yes. I wouldn't say you need to be a hardcore fan, but I would say like you should like sci-fi. There is some like very like specific detailed like stuff about science and occasionally some stuff about computer AI stuff that I clearly don't understand. Um, but I feel like those passages are like maybe a paragraph and it'll be somebody explaining something. But it would be like with anything where somebody like goes into detail about something for a minute that you don't understand, and then they just move on with the conversation and tell you the outcome. So it'd be like if you were like, oh, how did you fix the television? And somebody explains it to you, and you go, oh, okay. Then you move on. That's how it's done in the book. So it's not like pages and pages of explanation of stuff. It'll be like a paragraph. We'll take a moment and be like, well, I think this is what's going on. And I just go, oh, okay. No idea what he just said. But the main action that's going on is very understandable. And I think I would say if you don't like sci-fi, like there's not enough other stuff going on in this book to enjoy, if that helps. Oh, good. You found it on Amazon, Paul. Nice. Teresa finished your Lenten reading. Nice. And started the corned beef. Yum. Amy's gotten chores done and some research. Nice job, Amy. And Kristen finished A Fever in the Heartland. Oh, it was a really good book. Oh, but a lot to stomach. Ooh, everybody's reading harsh books today. Feels a little close to home. Oh no. I guess that makes it much more important. That's true. Amberly, you got your bookshelves dusted, vacuumed, half the house, made a start of some of the dirtiest parts of the walls. Oh, walls are a pain. How do you clean your walls, Amberly? What are your tricks? Anybody else have any good tricks on wall cleaning? Regina, I'm curious. I've read The Personal Librarian. I have not. It's your favorite book about Belle Green, the Belle DeCosta Green. You're a library director, and she's one of your favorite librarians in history. I could see why. I could see why. I have not. I have heard good things about it. Have you read the Belle Green that I have? By Let's put it back up for a second. It is by what is her name? The author's name. It's still covered. Hang on. I'm so bad at Alexandra Lapierre. Have you read this version? I've heard they're both really good, but that if you want the like a deeper dive into the history, that this one is better than Personal Library. Whereas if you just want like more of an introduction, I've heard that either of them are good. This one was not that, not that one. This one has a totally different type of research gone into it. But the one that I read was very good. I don't know. Again, like historical fiction isn't something I read a ton. So at some point, I'll probably read The Personal Librarian. I just don't know when. Sue finished The Quiet Storm. Good job, Sue. Staged for Murders up next. You found XX on Thrift Books. Oh, hardcover. That might be heavy because this paperback version. I've seen the hardback one though. Alex ate lunch and decided you're due for a rewatch of New Girl. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one, but hope you enjoy. Denise was saying to Fiona, you need to get back to reading the Hunger Girls series. You had four for a while, but haven't read that one. Oh, thinking of buying them. Okay, so you own all the hardcovers. Makes sense. Yeah, okay. I'm glad it's not just me, Sue, because people are always like, take melatonin. And I'm like, no, I can literally feel the chemicals floating around in my brain, and no part of my body likes that. And you're on page 117. Thinking of DNFing it. Oh, I have heard this. I have heard that a lot of people don't like it as much as Illuminae, but I think they like the third one as well. When they talk about your book online, they say XX. Okay, good to know. And the only reason I question that is because in the book it's 20, but it's still spelled XX. But there's context clues that they would be in the book saying 20. At least that's what I think, because yeah. Linnea's on page 117. Oh, I read that. Sometimes they show up twice. Regina will be going home in a couple of hours and using the sprints to unpack. Ooh, new home in new dark and gloomy state. Oh no, not dark and gloomy, but exciting for new home. When the sun tells you, yeah, exactly. Yes, that's exactly what the experience would be like when you're like, oh, what did you do to the computer? And he's like, what. You know, oh, okay. So it's working now? And he says, yeah, it is. Like, that's what it'll feel like. Your doctor's a person who suggested the happy lamp for you. Nice. I hope it works. Kristen's going to finish the graphic novel. Schubeck, Lubeck. I love it. Melatonin is a joke. Oh, we're all melatoninators. Oh no. You've read the Alexandra Lapierre book yet? Because the personal librarian was recommended as a beginning read. I beginner read. I could see that. I could see that. And that's what I've heard, is that it's a better like soft introduction, and that if you want more details, though I didn't find this one confusing to learn. I just felt like it was like a lot of information and this close to being nonfiction. All right, so that's it. We'll go into our next sprint. And I that's how I feel, but I swear other people swear by it, and so I don't know who it's working for, but supposedly someone. Anyway, we'll go into our next sprint, and I'll get back to chatting with you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. That caught me off guard. I was just getting back into my story after having lunch and talking to my husband, and I only got 2 pages read, but I was like ready for it. Um, anyway, I'm looking forward to get back into that and reading that the rest of the day. It's at a really interesting point, and like the 2 pages I read, like just increased the stakes of everything a little bit somehow. Totally not clear how yet. So my sprint went well. It's nice and sunny outside, but it's definitely still cool out. It is right now at 50 degrees. Maybe I'll go for a walk during this next sprint. I'm like, it's nice and sunny, but I don't know if I'm ready for the cold again. We'll see. It's not that cold, but compared to what we had, it is. Anyway, when we left off, we were talking about a variety of different things, but one of them was cleaning the walls, and shared that her rule for cleaning the walls is just don't touch them. And yeah, that works pretty well. Kristen's audiobook came in. Yay! So maybe you'll get to finish Blue Sisters. That would be nice. Hello, Stacey. Stacey. I just combined both your names. Hello, Stacy and Steph. I hope you're both doing well. Working from home today sounds good. Regina said hello as well. Dina, hello. How are you? You're hoping to be on for the rest of the sprints. Lovely. You'll read a few chapters of Germinal. Oh, fun. And then switch to something less depressing. Oh, no. Though, given what I learned about the coal mining situation from the book on Van Gogh, and then the topic and what Zola was hoping to do with Germinal, I'm not surprised that it's not exactly the most upbeat book. Anne wants to know, Kristen, if you're enjoying your book. And hey, Alicia, how are you? I hope you're well. And Mickey just finished 3 bags full and now going to return to the knowing. Nice. Teresa had a delicious sandwich for lunch and listened to some audiobook. Wonderful. Hey, Rachel, how are you? I am having a lovely day. I hope you are. Lynn's back. Ooh, switching to Jurassic Park. Fun. A story you already know. That can be helpful. Amberly was knitting a sock. Ooh, and Children of Ruin. That is the second book in a series. Is that right? Second or third book? And what's the series? Because I definitely don't remember. And the laundry just sang its song. You'll be seeing to that next. Sounds good. Denise read 32 pages and talked to her sister on the phone. And thought about a walk too, only it's, oh no, it's 41 where you are. Oh, even colder. I know. We're not ready, right? So you got no reading down that sprint, still having to notify companies of your husband's passing. Yeah, still have a couple to go. It can be very overwhelming. Yeah, just take your time and you'll get through it on many levels, I'm sure. But yes, I can't even imagine the time that it takes to do that. And it's like with bills and stuff too. They just keep popping up from different places. More graphic and violent. Oh, that's interesting. I would not have been expecting that either. But then again, I guess I did read something that compared it to The Jungle by Upton Sinclair, just in terms of um, what Zola did and the impact it had. And when I think about it, The Jungle was partially, not partially, The Jungle was so effective partially because he was so graphic in the book. So interesting. Good to know. It's the second one, Children of Time. There you go. The one with the spiders. Is that what's in there? It's creepy. Yes. Condolences to Sue for sure. And Kristen is enjoying the Blue Sisters. You've been reading it for 2.5 months, though for various reasons you feel like you didn't give it a good read. Oh, interesting. Atia made some phone calls and feel drained. Yeah, truth. I hear you there. It's like soul-sucking phone calls. Just filmed some sponsored content. Ooh, that's fun. Yay for you. And Sue says thanks to Dina. And Sushi shredded 3 weeks of decluttered paper. You can see your desk. Yay for seeing your desk. That is amazing. And Amber Lee says, sorry, Sue. Amy got more research done, got your groceries put away. Good job. Huge hugs to Sue from Lynn. And Kyra just had dinner, made a delicious, pumpkin soup sounds amazing. And now getting back ready, back to reading. Words are hard. Oh, and Sushi says sorry to Sue. Sue says thanks to everyone. Shauna had a good time. Your friend just left. Yay, I'm glad you guys had a good time together. That's nice that you had a friend stop by. Rachel, oh, you're taking care of a lamb? Oh, no. Okay, so she's middling. What's wrong with her? Poor little lammy. That was my son's lovey. He had a little lamb. Alex, oh, your time is good. Yay! You made it back after finishing some work. Yes, because I know sometimes it's like the two combine and it just doesn't work out. Hello, how are you doing? I hope you're well. And Rachel, good appetite, vision, and hearing seem fine. Oh, problems with her motor skills. Oh no. Oh, strange. Oh no. Well, I hope she starts feeling better, your poor lamb. You're playing Tom Foster's How to Read Like a Professor. Oh, to what you've read so far in Cats in the Cradle. Oh, cool. Very fun. Very, very fun. I haven't read that one yet. I've read How to Read a Novel Like a Professor, but I want to read that one. Linnea's been listening to Alfie and George while doing your diamond painting. Ooh, what are you painting? And still haven't started your school project. Oh no! Oh no, what are you doing? Kirsten just finished The Lamb by Lucy Rose this weekend, so referencing Lamb is a bit weird for you. I know. Like, what Lamb are we talking about? That would be confusing. Okay, so this is one of our slightly longer breaks. So I mentioned that I would talk about one of the things, really, it's just something that Belle Green reminded me of. And I think I mentioned this like quite a while ago. For those of you who don't know, and this is not a spoiler because it literally tells you on the blurb of that book, as well as I think the one for the personal librarian. But Belle Green was J.P. Morgan's librarian, and it came out, I don't think until the 90s, is what the book was saying. And she was J.P. Morgan's personal librarian in the early 1900s. Sometime in the late 1990s, I believe it is, so well past the time she had passed away, it came out that she was actually an African American who was passing as white. Obviously, during the time of segregation, that's the only way she would have ended up working for him as a librarian. And it's been concluded that while her father was a well-known African American advocate at the time, he had left his wife and children, and they had kind of disappeared off the scene. And as far as everybody knows, Belle Green, her mother, and I think her three siblings, all shortly after he left them, decided to pass as white because they felt like it was the only way they could make it as a family, as far as they've been able to put together. And so there is a lot of discussion in the book, not just about her as a historian, but, some conclusions that are made about her and her family's existence and that kind of thing, and why they chose to pass as white and the complications of that. So all that to say, while I was reading that, it really opened my eyes to something that I had never thought of with my own great-grandfather, because it was something that, in talking to my grandfather, and I don't know about you guys, but if you have grandparents who are like this or had grandparents who are like this, but my grandfather's the type who likes to randomly drop things into conversation that are like really profound and interesting. And we're all like, wait, time out. You can't just keep on. We want to hear more about this story. So we were talking about something at one point, and my grandfather decided to share how his father, so my great grandfather, um, didn't at first he said passed as white, and we're like, no, he definitely didn't. Like he clearly identified as African American. And then my grandfather corrected himself and he was like, no, I'm sorry, he was the only one of his siblings who did not pass as white. To which we all went, he had other siblings. And as it turned out, he had, I think he was one of eight, my great grandfather, and he was the only one of the children who refused to opt for a life of passing. And he lived out the remainders of his years, and he lived well into his 90s as an African American male and doctor. He was a podiatrist well into his 80s because he was like, "There's no way I'm staying home with your grandmother." that was that was his words, his thoughts. He loved her, but he was like, "I need something to do the rest of the day." But anyway, so reading Bell Green was really interesting because one of the things it talks about in the book is that those who choose to pass have to cut off all their other relationships and all the community that they may have had up to that point because they can't allow for there to be any connection with them in the African American community. And so I was thinking of this in the reverse with my great grandfather and realizing that that meant for him that one of the reasons we really didn't know anything about his family is because they would have all cut themselves off from him. And to keep their secret safe, even though he chose not to pass, he would have also had to spend the rest of his life pretending that he didn't know them, or that if he did know them, that he only knew them as white people. And for a very long time, that would have been very stressful information. And I'm sure even later in life, if he came back into relationship with them, he would have still had to pretend. So it was just a very interesting connection to have with the book and to think about because it was something that when I heard that wasn't the first thought I had. It was more like, wow, that's really interesting to think, but I still thought of him as in relationship to his siblings until I read this book and went, oh, no, they wouldn't have had a relationship after that point. And I was like, what a choice to make to say, no, I'm not going to join the entire rest of my family in doing that. But it very much lines up with my great grandfather and his character, who I knew well into to college. And he could have passed as white if he wanted to, but he did not. So anyway, that was a little family memory story I thought I'd share. Story time. Anyway, Crochet Mima was loving the violence conspiracy. Oh, but in Grant, one of the characters, and you need a break. Oh, yeah, I've read books that have gotten me there. Gonna switch to an audiobook so you can listen and crochet. Yarn is your therapy of choice. Lovely. I love that therapy of choice. The Bill Green story sounds fascinating, and that it led to know more about your family history. Yeah, yeah. It's really yeah, I mean, I already knew that story about my great grandfather going into it, but it just made me think of the story in a different manner. Um, yeah, same. I had just never thought like how that would work on a day-to-day basis. So I did appreciate Bell Green in terms of the fact that it really highlighted that dynamic. And Alicia's still lurking, wonderful, but surely, but slowly, but surely getting through the hoops for the car stuff. Oh no, it's still going on. Okay, you did pick up, ooh, the home edit life. Yes, I think I've heard of that. I don't know why. Yes, I know. It's sad, but he was very happy. He was a very happy person. His siblings were very happy. It's just sad that any family would have to make those kind of choices. But he was like, "Nope, I'm black and I'm not going to pretend I'm not." So again, he was very direct, straightforward kind of person. Regina, Violent Conspiracy is very good. Oh, but you know who's making her angry. Nice. Lynn, yeah, I know. I know. Book to life connection, right? That's what it's all about. And super interesting. You have a hard time when you're learning about family history to think about more than just the facts on paper. Yeah, all the decisions made and emotions. Exactly. Yeah, I think that is, I think that's definitely a benefit of prose sometimes over nonfiction. Like nonfiction will give you all the facts, which she could have made this a nonfiction book and just given us the facts. But I do appreciate it for being fiction in that she could get into more the emotion and the meaning and show that on display about how this really impacted people on a day-to-day life, even if you have to do a fictional account of that. So yeah, so that's my little story. Our bell has rung, so we will go back into our next sprint, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading and work and productivity and whatever you're doing, and I'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine is going really well. I am making good progress in XX. I am at a really exciting point. I am currently on page 500 of 974. So I'm about halfway through, and I have to say, this is not a difficult read. Like, there's occasionally some science in here that is beyond my ability or caring to unpack. But I mentioned earlier, it's just a paragraph here or there where somebody's explaining something. But for the most part, I feel like I'm following this story really well. There's lots of embedded things happening in here, and it's been really fun to read. I have heard people, very few people, because there are very few people on YouTube who have read this book, but there are some. And I have heard some people refer to this as sort of an adult version of Illuminae, because I believe Illuminae is young adult, or at least the people who have said that have given that impression. I have not read it. But just in terms of, the incorporating different types of media in here. Unlike Illuminae, this is not text messages, though there is some texting in here, but you get like different fonts and stuff, as well as different types of media. So, newspaper clippings, photos, pictures, magazine articles, opinion pieces, old and new ones. And it's really interesting what the author has done here. So the author, Ryan Hughes, is a graphic designer. That's what he was first. And my understanding is he wrote this book because, one, he enjoyed sci-fi, wanted to tell a sci-fi story, but felt like in books that we were missing out on something by not incorporating more graphic arts into adult novels. Um, and he felt like that there was just a lot more that could be done with media today in the act of telling a story than we were doing. And I have to say, at this point, he's convinced me we're right. Some of it, I'm like, what even is this? And doesn't even make sense as you're reading it. And it's not supposed to. And then others of it um, really draw you into a part of the story that he's telling in a really interesting and unique and fun way. And I find that it like draws me into the story and makes me want to keep going, because I might see that a couple pages ahead is this really crazy moment. I'm like, what is that going to be? And it also just like, I don't know, I think in our mind where we're presented with so many different things and our attention span is so short, it does a really good job of like changing what we're looking at and giving us a moment to think about something else. And so we have those moments where it's like, ooh, okay, we get a different font, to express something. And so I don't know, there's a part of my mind that's finding it really easy. I've got a lot of other books going on, so right now I've only been doing 40 pages a day, but it's been very easy to read for the most part. I have mentioned that there's like magazine articles that are like in here. So at one point there was a story within this story that reoccurred 8 different times that you had to go back to it. Um, and I have heard people say that they did not enjoy that story and thought it was really boring. I loved it. I thought it was a really interesting plot-based story to throw in the middle, and I made some connections that I think I understand how it's going to end up being connected to the rest of the main plot in here. But one of the other fun things he does is anytime he includes what basically feels like a piece of ephemera in here, there is some reference in the main story of the book about what the ephemera is. So it's not just like random ephemera. Like it'll be like somebody noticed blah 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 on the desk, and then you'll get to see the ephemera that they saw in the book. So it's really cool. Like I wish I could share more, but it would just be so many spoilers. So, and there's a part of me that is really regretting not vlogging reading this book, and doing like a spoilery vlog, but the time has passed for that. I'm halfway through the book. I'm not going back and doing that now. Um, but I am still very tempted to do a standalone review of this book, but we'll have to see how it ends up coming out. It would definitely have to be a 5-star for me to want to take the time to do that. But I will definitely be reviewing it because thus far I'm really enjoying the book, and I just don't think there are enough reviews of this book out there to help people determine whether or not to read it. Because most of the reviews that I've seen include spoilers, understandably. It's going to be really hard to do a non-spoiler review of this book. All right, let's see what is going on here. Alicia had to get appraisals for repairs, but now have to schedule the repairs. Wait, did something happen to your car, Alicia? Oh, a car accident. I didn't realize that. When did that happen, if you don't mind sharing? And I hope everybody is okay and that the car is the only thing that's injured, but that still can I know, it's a lot. I'm sorry. And Ashley, hello. Happy Monday to you as well. How are you doing? I hope you are well. Crochet Bima was saying yup to Regina. And hey, how's it going, Jim? Oh, that's very kind of you to say that for Sue. Sue said thanks. Marcella's back from ballet class. How was ballet? And now to snuggle up with your book and a cuppa. Oh, sounds like such a cozy evening. I know, doesn't it? I agree, Regina. And yay, Precious, your day is over. Semi-success. Okay, you'll take it. Your meeting's over, had an important call, but lots of voicemails, so you can only control so much. That is so true, but you did it. You made it through. Now prepping to read. You don't know what because your mood is all over the place. Maybe like something calming. I don't know. Update next sprint. Sounds good. Let us know. And yay, Alicia made progress to the appraisal, found a shop and had them scheduled. Yay, good. So hopefully that'll be fixed soon. Kathy, hello, how are you? A productive afternoon volunteering. Oh, you did all the things. Oh, Korean stew with all the meats. Oh my gosh, that sounds really good. We had Korean food last week and it was yum. Hey, Megan, you were out on a date today. Ooh, I hope that went well and that you had a good time. And yes, it is going. Yeah. Um, is it going better for you as well? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, because I will say, I read like the first 150 pages of the book and I was like, I don't know, because there were parts that I liked and there were parts that I did not like. And I will say at the beginning of the book, the parts where you're like, wow, this is really on the sci-fi fi side of fiction is in like the first 50 to 100 pages of the book. And then that gets pulled back a lot and it becomes a lot more story driven because it does take a while, I would say, to figure out like what exactly is happening in this book. So if you decide to pick up and read this book, I'm going to say make it through the first 200 pages. Yeah, for sure. Read the first 200 pages before you decide to put it down. Because by the end of the first 200 pages, I think you're going to be hooked. And that's not just for Megan, who's reading this book with me. And I'm excited to hear all the things you have to say. And Megan, your orange circle is the same color as the eyes. Sue made and ate lunch, listened to your audiobook, chatted with your daughter. Nice. Dina read one chapter in Germinal, and it's done you violence, is what it sounds like. Yes, take a break. Started, little big. I've been on and off about reading that. Let me know how you end up liking it. Mickey finished your arc. Gonna go for a walk. I'm gonna pause this timer because I'm clearly not gonna make it before the timer goes off, and I want to at least get through some more comments. And then move on to something else. Sounds good. Sophia did some scheduling. Ooh, for meal prep. Sounds like you've got things together. Okay, Illuminate is why one of your all-time favorites. Oh, nice. Like I said, this is why I wish this book was in the store because I do feel like it's a book that you have to see. You have to read more than just what's on the back and kind of skim it a little bit and read some of it. And I wish it was in the stores so more people could try it or in libraries. Maybe ask your library if they'll get a copy. Denise finished emptying the curio cabinet. Good job. Clear the floor. It is cool. It's very neat. Amelia couldn't join earlier. Well, glad to have you here now and try to get a bit of reading done before bedtime. Oh, yeah. I know it's getting late where you are. Kristen finished Schubeck Lubeck. Oh, yay, fun. Highly recommend if anyone wants to add a graphic novel to your list. Super interesting. Ooh, and that reminds me that what is it? The indie book crawl is this weekend, like Thursday, I think Thursday through Sunday, and I will be up in Indianapolis going to the book crawl on Friday, starting at 9 a.m., starting at Ujama Community Bookstore, and then going around. So if you'd like to meet up, email me or leave me a note on Discord or something. And I will probably be updating on Discord where I am that day. That's probably going to be the easiest way to do that from my phone. So hope to see some of you. Diana started the ebook for My Brilliant Friend. Nice. Teresa, does anyone else read the author's notes? You don't feel like you're finished until you've read everything in the book. It depends on the book. If I'm really interested in a lot of the source material for the book, I'll read every single little thing and watch videos and read blog posts. And if I'm just like, oh, that was good, then probably not. Shauna did some meal planning, grocery list, finally started your book. Yay. Amber Lee finished a section of Children in Ruin, may switch books for a bit after lunch. Sounds good. Hey, Lily, how are you? Sneaking in some reading time. Lost Apothecary. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. Christina's still lurking. Got a shower and new coffee. Ready to read, you think? Hellos to Christina. And yes, Denise, yes, we are sorry for your loss, Sue. Alicia, the car accident happened last Thursday. Oh, while taking your son to school? Oh, everyone is fine. Okay, with no to minor injuries. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that too. Goodness, what a rough time for people. And Teresa wants to know how the date was, Megan. Ashley's currently listening to Victorian Psycho. That sounds like an experience. I hope it's a interesting one at least. And you hope to see a video. Yes, I'm hoping to film it. So hopefully there will be some fun video of the book crawl. All right, there we go. I will put us back into a sprint. Let me just skip the rest of that break and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting and reading. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? I was in the middle of reading about reproduction and um, life cycles, something like that. I know what I was reading, but I'm trying to think what the right word would be. Anyway, I'm making good progress in my book. I am almost done with my daily pages. Like I said, I'm trying to make sure I'm reading at least 40 pages a day. I have about 10 more to go in this, but I will be reading it the rest of the evening. So yeah, okay. I'm mentally back. I was very much in the zone at the end there. So I was like, oh, there's a bell going. I don't know what's happening. I think I'm going to make myself some popcorn on this next sprint. Angela, hope I have lots of fun. Yes, looking for all the details next Monday. Yes, hopefully I'll have a video up on that soon. Denise, you're was saying to Teresa that she's like me when it comes to reading the author's note. So it depends on the book and how much you liked it. Makes sense. Christina was saying hi to Lily. Megan's date went well. Excellent. You talked and ate for over 2 hours. Ooh, got ice cream and sat outside. Oh, it sounds nice. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you had a good one. And Marcella is going to call it a night. Good night, Marcella. You're probably already gone, but I hope you had a good time. Shauna's going to pick up your son. Okay. And yeah, we'll see you after the break. And Sue's listening to A Court of Silver Flames while you work on a jigsaw puzzle. That sounds fun. And hello, Samantha, you're back. Oh, you're bummed about missing sprints. Oh, but I'm glad work went well. Oh, and you went out for a late lunch. Well, that sounds fun. There's this place with really good bagel sandwiches. Oh, that sounds so good. I miss really good bagels. We don't have any here. You'll be making dinner in the next sprint. Ooh, lemon lentil kale soup. Ooh, that sounds yummy. And you might eat a little later since you had a late lunch. That makes sense. That gives you plenty of time to make your soup. Atia got to 66%. Ah, nap time. Denise read 48 pages on 164 out of 215. Nice. And hello, Mel. How are you? Good morning to you. 118 pages. Ooh, into Red Rising. Nice. Is this your first time reading it? How are you enjoying it? Lily made lunch. Still haven't had a chance to read yet. Oh no. Well, hey, you've got time. Amber Lee accomplished lunch and more vacuuming. Oh, you're on a roll. And lunch will keep that energy up. Teresa, you miss those dating days. You have to ask your husband to take you on a date. Jim, take Teresa out on a date. Somewhere nice, romantic, flowers, followed by dessert. Oh gosh, yeah, somehow it's just not the same, I feel like. Even like when we go out on a date now. Like there's like a different good part to it, but there's like I feel like after you've been married for a while, it's hard to repeat the like feeling of a date. Uh it's just psychological. That's all it is. It's hard to repeat the psychological part of it. You drove home from work and you're unpacking mode now. All right, very good. I hope you get a lot done. And Literary Mel, yes, first time for reading Red Rising. Nice. Enjoying it, but seems very much like an amalgamation of every YA book from your childhood. You know, I have secretly heard this, Mel. I have heard people say it's like if you combined the Hunger Games and pretty much every other like sci-fi that's kind of in that gaming survival category together that you get Red Rising. But people really like it anyway. And flowers, yeah. You didn't mean to into that. You haven't had flowers in years. Oh, yeah. I know it can be like hard to remember those little things that we used to do. And not because like we take one another for granted, right? It's just if you get out of the habit, it's no longer a habit. And the sprinting's been going well, Samantha. Thanks for asking. And what am I making for dinner? I have no idea. That's why I'm thinking of having popcorn for now. because it'll buy me time until I decide to make dinner. I don't even know if I have anything defrosted. So it might be fish and veggies and salad. I think we have salad. We ran down a lot of the food that we had in our fridge because initially I was going to go with my husband to take our son back to college. And then, kind of last minute, it just wasn't making sense. So then I didn't. And now I don't know if I have anything for dinner. Kristen listened to another chapter in Blue Sisters. Ooh, 70 pages to go. Ooh, you will finish it today. Oh, your corned beef is smelling good. I bet it is. What sides are you going to have with it, Teresa? Are you going to do like, I don't know, what would I make with corned beef? I feel like I'd want some sauerkraut and some potatoes. Some upstate New York salt potatoes would be amazing. And a salad, because I have a salad with every single dinner I make. You put in carrots and potatoes and cabbage. Yes, that's what I was thinking, cabbage, because I'm like, something about sauerkraut doesn't sound right. And I was like, but I feel like I'm visualizing it, and that's what it is, like the unpickled version, cabbage. Something scarring from high school was when some of the guys on one of the sports teams gave out roses to all the girls on Valentine's Day. Oh no, and they didn't give you one? Oh, that's harsh. Though I always think to myself, if we knew how mean and scarring things were that we did when we were younger and kids, we probably wouldn't have done them. Oh, but I'm sorry. That would have hurt my feelings too, Samantha. At least you'll get flowers now. Denise is trying to decide what to eat for dinner. Ooh, go get a Subway sub or eat Marie Callender's mac and cheese. Oh, I'm gonna say Marie Callender's because I like subs, but Subway is not my favorite. So based on that alone, I would say mac and cheese. Obviously, issues with that now, but your high school had some religious affiliation. Oh, so they like were supposed to give everyone flowers and they still skipped you? I'm sorry, that's not nice. And Anne had a corned beef and cabbage in the crock pot. Ooh, see, you're having your corned beef and stuff in the crock pot. I should have done that. Just cabbage in the crock pot. In fact, just cooked cabbage in general. Sounds good. I might need to make some cabbage this week. I haven't had cabbage, like not sauerkraut, but actually cooked cabbage in a while. And it's sounding pretty amazing right now. Kristen hasn't done your Lispector stories. Oh, but you're reading one of her novels now and think maybe you'll pause the stories while that's happening. That makes sense. Her writing is so distinct, you'd probably mix it all up. I would do that. I would definitely do that if I if I was in your situation and I did both. I'd be like, what story was that in? And then I'd mix it up and up with a brand new one. And then one day somebody would publish it as like the unpublished story. So Clarice Lispector. And I'd be like, no, guys, I was just posting my mix up. Oh gosh. And remember the paper Valentines? Oh, I know. That used to be so fun. And little cards. I remember like when my son was in elementary school, I bought like some little cards for him to do that for Valentine's Day. And he was like, what am I supposed to do with that? And I'm like, pass them around to your friends. And he was like, no one does that. And I was like, take them anyway. And he came home and he was like, no one does that. I used to love that. Oh, you saw a good cabbage recipe yesterday. I bet. That sounds so good. Oh, it was the food you missed during the pandemic. Oh, were you not able to get cabbages? Was like that not a thing? I just don't make cabbage that often, so I have no idea about what the cabbage market is like. But wow, that would have frustrated me because I would have gone to the supermarket being like, nobody eats just a head of cabbage, and I would have been like, why can't I buy one? Because you couldn't buy anything during the pandemic. And oops, that was probably a typo. Or a cat, because that has happened before. All right, our timer is going to go off. That's the last comment I can see. I will see you all in an hour. I'm going to go pop some popcorn and get back to I'm clearly over here paying no attention to time whatsoever. How did everybody's reading sprint go? I'm sitting on the edge of the couch on a pile of pillows. Let me adjust. Okay, there we go. I am doing well. My sprint went well. I got through my daily pages in XX and I am still going. Um, I feel like disaster is impending. I feel like mistakes are about to be made. On the other hand, there is now a really interesting and very current, relevant conversation um, going on in the book that is happening throughout the world where people are, having conversations about what the ethical thing is to do with all the information they have at this point. And that conversation has gotten really interesting considering everything going on in the US right now. So that's been interesting to read. And in a lot of ways, very interesting and helpful to be able to think about it in a sci fi context that is not so closely related to us in some ways. I'll leave it at that. But it's an interesting conversation that's going on. Um, okay, we were talking about cabbage when we left off, and Anne was saying that she puts bacon in hers. I put bacon in mine as well. How do you then cook yours, Anne? I have like a weird, like fry the bacon and then boil in water technique for my cabbage. That probably sounds more gross than it actually is. It actually makes amazing cabbage. Teresa, cut up the cabbage and onion and saute in butter. Add cut up sausage and salt and pepper and put over egg noodles. Oh, well, yeah, that sounds good too. Just, I'm here for the cabbage. Paul's still here. Good to know, Paul. Just been doing other things. That's fair. I do that a lot too during sprints. And don't know why you're going to get out your grandmother's china for dinner. Oh, that sounds nice. And who needs a reason why to use nice china anymore? And Shauna watched the last chat when you got back and don't understand why they didn't exchange Valentines. Yeah, it just wasn't something they did. I think they were like, oh, there's too many issues if somebody doesn't get one and not everybody brought one and da da da. Da. It went on and on. Your son is 14 and they exchange them in his schools until about fourth grade. Oh, that's so nice. Teresa, yeah, I thought that sounds nice. China should be used, not just looked at. I agree. And Angela made crab salad with pineapple and spread it on a King's Hawaiian sub. Pound cake and strawberries for dessert. Yum! Dinner at Angela's. That sounds so good, except I can't eat crab cake. I mean, crab salad. Because turns out if you're allergic to shellfish, that includes imitation crab, which does not have crab in it, but has other shellfish in it. Because the only thing that's fake about it is the crab itself. Yeah, figures. Anna, hello. You just finished reading for a presentation. Have to look for a couple more articles and make the presentation tonight. Oh, okay. But you feel optimistic. I feel optimistic for you. You're a hard worker. I think you'll get it done. And still working, but about to start reading Wind Witch. Very nice. I hope you enjoy and good luck with your presentation. Anne's the one who treasures family heirlooms. Your desk belonged to your great great grandfather. Oh, that is cool. I love things like that. I think that's so cool, and I'm glad you are treasuring them and enjoying them as well. How much fun is that? Your great great grandfather was the author Henry Van Dyke. I'm not familiar. I will be researching his work during our next sprint. That's very cool. All the more reason to seriously appreciate his desk. Like, how cool is that? Oh, poems. Okay, I said in the next sprint, but secretly looking at it right now. That's really cool. Thanks for sharing that, Anne. Precious watched a video to get context on the book. Oh, okay. And you're definitely going to read it. She won a Nobel Peace Prize for faith, extremism, massacre, brutality. read that wrong, but you guys can see the words courage and sacrifice to name a few things. Wow. Which book was this again, Precious? And Dina had dinner and got to page 28. It's like an adult, more dense Alice in Wonderland. That sounds about right from what I've heard about it. Brennan, hello. Reading boyfriend material, fun at 47%. I hope you had a good day. Sue listened to more of A Court of Silver Flames. Nice. Anna finished another Color of Your Diamond painting. That's satisfying. Shauna cleaned another bathroom and got to chapter 14. Good job. Anna says hello to Precious. Kristen made tea. Ooh, what kind of tea? I also had popcorn. Oh, I got on the popcorn bandwagon, putting off dinner too. Yeah, what can you do? And only have about 30 pages left. Ooh, almost done. Amber Lee decided to spin that sprint at your wheel. Ooh, after laundry, of course, of course. Finishing up, oh, a Marina and Tussa silk blend. Ooh, that sounds nice. Do you know what you're going to make with it? What weight are you spinning it to? Will it be in the end, I guess? Paul made it to chapter 10. Good job, Paul. Denise read 42 pages and went to the store for some snacks. Ooh, what kind of snacks did you get? Ooh, 10 pages left. You're almost done. Oh, you did make your mac and cheese. Nice. I know, it is sad because it also means that there's like none of the original flavors of sushi that I can have for the most part because they all throw shellfish or imitation crab in there somewhere. So yeah, I was disappointed by that. Also, I used to get like the little crab salad on top of my poke bowls, and I can't do that. In fact, I can't even have poke bowls because most of those sauces they put on top also have oyster sauce or fish sauce or some sort of shellfish somewhere in there. And so I've just stopped. Regina's unpacking pots and pans. Starburst for dinner. Oh no, that's not dinner. That's like a snack. Hey, kitten, how are you? I like your handle. You started a new book, got a lot of distracted, but managed 4 chapters. Okay. Beyond the Blood Veil. Very nice. Well, good job. 4 chapters is still quite a bit. So good for you and welcome. Angela, why do paint? Why do they always creak? I think it is the binding. Yeah, I think it's however they glue the binding or whatever they use for it. But I know exactly what sound you're talking about because it's not even like crack. They creak. Munchos and banana laffy taffy. Nice. Amberly, nope, you're just spinning it to spin it. Okay, and then you'll think you'll apply it with another braid. Oh, fun. And then maybe a shawl. Ooh, or contrasting color in a sweater. Ooh, I like that idea. But partially just because I really like knitting sweaters and knit sweaters. So I will always vote for that. Though a nice shawl is always super pretty too. So hard to say. Hard to say. Okay, I should probably actually make dinner, but now that I have popcorn, it's been effective and I'm not that hungry. So if I don't make dinner now, our next sprint will be around 7:40. That'll be kind of late for dinner. Maybe I'll cook something for dinner and just not eat it yet. Probably not. Anyway, I'm going to put us into our next sprint so we can keep going. Because for some reason it also keeps alternating back to the longer sprint or longer breaks. I don't know why. But yeah, I'm gonna continue reading XX because I feel like they're about to have regrets, and I want to see if that's true. So there we go. Hour on the clock. I'll see you guys in a bit. Happy sprinting. Welcome back. How was your sprint? My book has gotten crazy during that last sprint, guys. I don't even I can't even tell you. There's too much backstory that I'd have to tell you. All I can say is that if I had the camera on the whole time, what? Like what? And and it makes sense in the context of the story. And now what has just happened? The number of times I have questioned everything that I thought I knew was going on in this story, and then thought, no, I'm wrong, and then went back and was like, no, I was right, and now I have no idea, and even crazier stuff is happening. I literally can't read this book fast enough at this point. I'm on page 596. I have read, I don't even know how many pages, like 100 pages in this book today since I picked it up. I practically want to finish the rest of it tonight, which is totally not going to happen. I have 400 more pages to read, and there's not enough graphics to make that happen. But, oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. My mind is blown. I don't even know what to say. It was a wild ride. My husband's going to be home during the next sprint, so I don't even know that I'll have time to read during the next sprint because he's bringing dinner. It might have to be the fastest dinner ever, and then I might have to be like, you just need to wait. Like, I don't even know. I can't even talk right now. Okay, anyway, we left off. Precious was saying her six brothers, mom, and her brother's children. I don't know what we're talking about. Precious. I lost the thread somewhere. Hey, Christy, how are you? You've been going between the secret garden for middle grade March and laundry. Nice. Oh yeah, you just missed it. That's fine. Get to you eventually. I've totally done that. And Precious was saying hi to Anna. And yay, Jamie, you finished just in time to start the sprint. Nice. Good timing. Gabby, oh no, you keep missing the chatty bits. Oh, I hope you had a nice walk and meal prepping, laundry, and reading The Golden Compass. Nice. Ooh, it must be nice where you are if you're on your balcony. And has to wash the dishes. That's true. Yeah, you have to hand wash the china. That is true, but well worth it, I would like to think. You haven't had a dishwasher in years, Teresa? Yeah, you are the dishwasher. That is for sure. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh goodness. The hand washing days. And Anna says hello to Precious, tired and needing to change your job. You do seem to work really long hours, Anna. But you do have one, that's true. Ooh, you get to pick up your book. You read Crooked Seeds, okay, and then wanted to read her book, An Island, Another Rabbit Hole. I'm assuming that means that Crooked Seeds was good. And good night, Camilla. You're probably already gone, but thanks for joining. Teresa understands that some delicate things can't go in there. Yeah, you have to hand wash everything anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, yeah. There are a lot of. I'm surprised by the number of people who use paper plates. I never thought about that before until I think I went to a friend's house or something like that, and that was all she had. And then I started noticing at Costco how many people eat paper plates. And then I was talking to my old neighbors about it one time, and they all ate off of paper plates. They were like, you eat off of actual plates for dinner? And I was like, yeah, every night. And they looked at me like I had three heads. And I was like, oh, I guess that's not a thing anymore. Mickey, oh no, you've been running around a lot. Haven't started anything else. Okay, well, hopefully you'll get two in this next sprint. Teresa finally finished your audio. Yay! Good job. That was a long call since the end of February, but you did it. I'm not sure you continue, Little Big. Oh no, it's really dense. Ah, okay. See, I didn't say anything when you started, Dina, but I had almost said, I swear I've started Little Big before because I used to own it and I don't anymore. But I couldn't remember whether or not I had read it. And I want to say maybe I had tried the first chapter or two and didn't like it and put it back on my shelf and kept not picking it up again and like just finally let it go because I was like, this isn't worth it. I don't think I'm ever going to want to pick it up. But I couldn't remember if that's the case. But maybe that was the case because now you're saying that makes me feel like that was why I read a couple of chapters and put it back on the shelf. Oh, okay. If I try it again, it will definitely be from the library. And the funny thing is, I hear really good things about that book, but from like a certain time period. Like clearly it's not popular enough that it's still really popular. It just kind of floats around if you look for certain buzzwords. Sue walked up to the mailbox, but no mail. Well, a little walk. You got some on Saturday, not sure if it was all, or are you still having problems with the mail? Listen to another chapter. Nice. Precious took a break to do driving practice. You're back and you're cold. Oh, still not feeling well. Okay, you don't get vacation time in parenthood. That is so true. You have an N25 in your due time. You will one day. Ashley made it to 17%. Good job, Ashley. And Teresa, oh no. Why? If it made him bring you flowers. There's that. Good job, Jim. Good job. High five. Way to do it. And you remembered her favorite flowers. That's like extra bonus points. Just one extra bonus point. But you still get an extra point for that. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay. You just might, Kristen, because like the first 200 pages, it wasn't even that the first 200 pages were a slog. It's just there are a couple of pages of like dense like sci-fi information. But in all fairness, every one of those scenes is also incorporating, your sort of go-to character who's like, what are you talking about? What does that mean? Can you put that in like simple language? Or there is the character who then repeats back in simple language what the other person said. So it'll be like, oh, so what you're saying is that, everything's just a figment of our imagination. And the other person will be like, exactly. So there is always that, but there will still be like a page here and there of like dense sci-fi. And especially at the beginning of the book, I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle that. And then what helped was I watched, maybe it was Books and Lala. She read this and she did not like it. She did not enjoy it. But one of the things that she commented on helped her get through the book was she was like, oh, there would be a dense part of the book that I maybe struggled to get through, but then it would be followed by 10 pages of like graphic design stuff and another 5 pages of some part of the story that was easier. So she was like, so it was worth getting through the hard stuff because it would be followed by good things. And I have found that to be true, except unlike her, I'm liking all the hard stuff too in all the parts of the stories, which is why she didn't like it. She, like, you can go and watch her video on it, but she just thought some parts of the story were really boring and didn't like others and that kind of thing. So, but you might want to try it. You wish you were reading my book. Yeah, it's probably better than Little Big. Oh no, I definitely won't pick that up soon. Regina's at 51%. Good job. Amber Lee finished your spinning. Yay! Did more laundry. Back to Children of Ruin. Nice. Christy Hoopla is going to take the Secret Garden away. Oh no. Okay, we'll get back into that sprint really fast. So you got it from Prime and then transferring your highlights and notes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you got a lot to do. Oh, it's cold and the nice. You're suffering through the cold and layering up. Oh, at least it's sunny, hopefully. Kristen finished Blue Sisters. Yay! Don't know that you'd recommend the audiobook. Okay, that's fair. Read a few pages of Near to the Wild Heart. Maybe done reading for the day. Sounds good. Shauna made it to chapter 20. Did some more cleaning. 32 pages for Jamie. Kristen watching 3-on-3 basketball and organizing tax documents. Well, at least you have something fun to watch. Denise finished The Lost Library. Yay! But 3 stars. Oh, okay. Watch some YouTube. Not sure if you'll start Where the Red Fern Grows. Ooh, having trouble staying focused on reading. Ah, okay. Maybe try an audiobook of it, though that might be sad. Shauna, don't know anyone who uses paper plates, maybe at birthday parties, but that's about it. I think it is an American thing. And I feel like a fairly recent one, but I don't know because I don't do it either. And camping. Ooh, true. Yeah, camping's another situation. Doesn't surprise you. It seems easy to put down. Brennan got to 51%. Kristen, your library does have a physical copy. Oh, then you should definitely give it a try. Nice. And halfway through the Book of Disappearance, ooh, I'm definitely gonna have to get it off of Hoopla. You're welcome, Teresa. Oh, they can't brighten a gloomy day. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that, Teresa. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, my condolences to you, and I'm assuming your sister since it's your brother-in-law. Oh, well, I hope the flowers continue to brighten your day. And Hoopla has that's true. I have seen XX on Hoopla, so that's another good way to try it before you buy it. And Dina says, sorry, Teresa. And of course, Jim didn't know that when he got the flowers. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Teresa. Well, extra good on the flowers then. But yeah, that's awful. But condolences to you and your family. And yeah, always such a hard time to have family members pass away, but hopefully he is at peace now. Okay, I am getting texts that are probably from my husband. So I am going to go ahead and put us into our final sprint, and I will see you guys all back in an hour. And I'm going to add some more light here so I'm not in shadow. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back. How was everybody's sprint? I hope you guys all had a really good last sprint. I know I had a really good time and enjoyed my last sprint um, reading my book. And I have to say, I am really enjoying this book. It has been so fun, and it's been fun the last couple of days as well. I was like, ooh, I'm really liking this more than I thought I was going to. I'm so glad that I have picked it back up. And man, has it really just taken off at this point. And it's not like it was slow moving before. Like I've said, I was only reading 40 pages a day for the last few days because I was trying to finish Bell Green. So I would get my 40 pages done in this because I knew I could keep doing that and finish it by the end of the month. And then I'd switch to listening to Bell Green. But now that I'm done with Bell Green, this is the only book other than Clarissa that I am mainly working on. And I will be finishing this soon, I have the feeling. So I have made it to page 610 out of 974. So I just have, a small book left to read of it. This is where I'm at, where my little homemade bookmark is. And yeah, there are so many interesting things happening at this point. Um, I'm right that it's questionable at this point in time what is going on. And, you know, is this a battle between good and evil? Who's good? Who's evil? And I've also made the connection that this book was published in 2020. And I'm not surprised because it's definitely having some conversations that I feel like are very relevant today. I think I said that earlier. And I'm interested to see where they come out on regarding all these different things because there's like arguments happening on social media in here and that kind of thing. Um, and then I was telling my husband, updating him on everything that's going on in here, and he was like, that reminds me a lot of Mass Effect. So he loves Mass Effect. So apparently, if you like Mass Effect, you will probably really enjoy and appreciate this book. That means nothing to me. All right, so let me see how you guys did in this final sprint. Let me know what you got up to all day, if you've been here all day, or since whenever you joined. In addition to getting through like 110 or some odd pages in this book today, I also read my letter for today, which was actually two short letters. In Clarissa, it was just like 2 or 3 pages. And I listened to my song of the day in Year of Wonder. And I also finished my other book, which was, I don't even know what I was about to call it, but not its name. I also finished reading Bell Green earlier today, listening to that on audiobook. So I feel like I did great, especially given that I had like 3 hours of sleep last night. So, and honestly, I think I only feel this energized because I'm literally hyped up on this other book and I'm like, my mind is blown. What's going to happen next? Because crazy things are happening. All right, so let me go back up in the comments where we left off and have one last chat with you guys and see how you did. Oops, I think I went too far back. Oh no, I deleted the star. Let me see if I can remember where we were. Well, it's 8:50. Let's see here. And so we would have gone an hour ago. Kathy was saying it was cold. Hang on, I've almost found it. Basketball, camping. Um, Kristen put XX on hold. Oh, okay. I did start a comment. I just lost it. Teresa was telling us about her flowers. Precious can only get audiobooks from Audible. Oh, yeah. That's all they do, right? I don't know. Teresa was saying to Dina, thank you. You had been expecting it. Oh, but it was really sad for the sis and their kids. I bet. Yes, and condolences and sorries for Teresa. Teresa says thank you. Precious trying to do more immersion reading, and Libby doesn't have a lot.